Hello, fellow inventors! Welcome to the stream. I am Wilson Goldfinch, your steampunk inventor from the Sky City of Leviton, here to fly into your day. How are we all doing? Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome. We are back again for the second day of designing our TTRPG. That's tabletop role-playing game. We're doing WBC Realms yet again today. Hopefully we can get more done than we did last time, but feeling in a good mood. We got a good setup for that. But yes, hello, welcome. Got some music going as well. But yeah, how's everybody doing today? Munching on some snacks myself. Always find that it's nice to have a little snack when we're doing these kind of streams. You know, keep the mind going, because with usually these streams do last a while, so it's kind of hard to gauge your energy throughout it. So it's always nice to have a little snack on hand, boost your energy midway. Hopefully everybody's weekend went well. I forgot to say this yesterday. See, what day is it today? It's Monday, right? Yeah. Forgot to say this yesterday. Only realized it until until after I ended the stream. But for those of you that are celebrating, happy Easter and happy Easter Monday now. To all of y'all. So if you're celebrating, happy Easter. Gosh, this music goes hard. Turn this up a little bit. Hopefully it's not too loud on your guys' side. Let me know how everything's doing here. Yeah, it's been a pretty good week for me. How are your guys this week going? Gonna get right into the designing of the stream. I'm just gonna kind of chill out here first. A little chatting, because otherwise we're just gonna get right into it. And I don't wanna know what's been going on with y'all. So, but also I'm just finding time to snack a little bit before we really get into design, because then I'm not going to be able to. Hopefully everybody had a very restful night. Personally, I don't know what's going on these days. I don't know if it's like me getting back into streaming or whatnot, but like I have been not able to rest as well. Again, I don't know if that's because at least where I am, it's starting to get hot. Because, you know, spring weather is coming along. It's starting to get a bit hot now. Which is not bad. I do like spring. Probably one of my, more of my favorite seasons. I'd say, personally though, if I'm being honest, just because of the colors, I love fall. Because it's so colorful. I guess it also kind of fits with the kind of aesthetic that's going around beside me here, but well, fall's always great, but in Canada, fall's really basically it might as well just be it might as well just be winter 2.0, because it's just wind. The whole season's just wind on top of wind, so it's just a lot of wind chill, making everything feel freezing. Like, I remember the start of April, there were, it's that transition period between the winter weather and then going into the spring weather, right? Even then, it's like still snowing. It's insane. I'm like, oh my gosh, I swear, if it does snow, today was raining, so hopefully that doesn't mean like freezing rain, because my goodness, I might not honestly jinx that, because there's bound to be some sort of like freezing rain or like, some kind of cold weather typing in April, because it is what it is. I do hope May though is better weather. But yeah, it's been so hot. It's so hot in the area I'm in right now. It's insane. I don't know if that's just me, but alrighty, got a little snack here. Hopefully you guys will have a little snack beside you during the stream. For those of you that don't know what we're doing, that maybe this time is the first time watching any of my streams or tuning in live or what have you, that don't know, you know what I'm talking about when we're saying like, oh, we're gonna be doing like WBC Realms stuff. That's basically, we're just going to be designing a TTRPG based in, I guess, my like VTuber lore world, I guess. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. Hopefully we can get this to the point where we can actually start playtesting it on stream. That'd be fun. We can bring in some friends, maybe bring in some of you guys. We can test this out. It can be really interesting. I want to try, if I can, to hook up some like text-to-speech stuff. That could be interesting as well in the future. But again, that's for when we're all done and everything. So we don't know just yet. We're on the very early stages. So yesterday we did get pretty good progress. So I'm hoping we get as good of progress today. So let's just head over then quickly to that. We can take a look at what we've been working on. All right. Well, yeah, welcome, inventors. This is. Let me move myself here. This is. Oh, oops, a little too much. This is. I'm gonna pause the music here. This is WBC Realms. So again, just a little recap. This is a tabletop role-playing game that I'm developing based off of, I guess not my lore specifically, but our group lore, like the WBC split group lore. So if you don't know too much, I guess you could see our PV, though. It's been like since our debut that came out, so I'm just like, I might. That was kind of cringe. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we're not like our group, which is consists of me, Bishop, and Crow. We aren't necessarily like a corpo or anything. We're just like a bunch of friends who just wanna, want to stream, make content together. So, or make content, and we just like, hey, let's do it in a group rather than doing it individually, because then we have those connections with each other and whatnot. And this is sort of a running thing. Again, if you've been following our channel since its conception, you know that WBC Split specifically has gone through many iterations. If you're an OG fan, I applaud to you. Like, we honestly went through so many changes that it's actually crazy if yeah, it's actually crazy if you guys have been following that. But yeah, this is us. WBC Split official. We got me, we got Bishop and Crow here. We also have a, on the secondary channel about like film storytelling, though nothing's posted to that just yet. We might, whenever we have projects, we'll post it there. We used to have like when we used to do group things together when all of us were kind of making content actively. Now it's kind of just fizzled down to like me and I think Crow's still making content. He's doing mostly like video stuff. I know he has a running podcast that's going on. So, but yeah, again, since we're not like corpo, we don't have like managers or anything, so we kind of just doing this out of our own time. So we've been kind of managing the channel and stuff ourselves. But yeah, there's our PV if you want to see. Ooh, 46 views, not bad. All right, nice. But if you want to just get a better idea about who we are, our lore, I guess. Honestly, a fun thing we could do, because my 1 year is coming up soon, on May 6th. So you can honestly look back at that and see. I'm gonna cringe so hard, but we we can look back on that in our 1 year. Anyway, let's get right into WBC Realms here. So last we left off, we like made these categories, like these title headers and whatnot. I just filled in some stuff off stream here, not too much. Basically, I have what we have before. I just kind of get away with the lore kind of stuff I was talking about last stream. We're gonna fill in this little bit about the 6 realms, and then I'm gonna see if there's anything else we need to incorporate for this adventure specifically. And then yeah, like the character stats and stuff, character stuff. I want to make like a vehicle creation thing, because this story, if you haven't been following, is essentially, it's called the Solar. Here it is, the Solar Sprint Championships. So in this world, at least this adventure is set in my hometown, the Sky Cities. Um, mainly, this is mainly like across the all the six Sky Cities that represent each kind of realm, I guess. There are technically six realms in total, though only five. Um, I don't want to say officially recognized, but five realms that are like on Earth. Astrals are to do with anything to do with like the cosmos, so it doesn't really count too much as a realm, but they're still like our people, so we still count them towards that. Though there is a whole history. There's a whole history that we could delve in with that, but lore wise, um, because the astral people used to come from this what people presume to be like an evil spirit, descendants from that. Oh, if you learn the ways of that spirit, you're like inherently evil, which is not a fair assumption to make, but because they are from the stars, very very foreign and unknown. So it makes sense that a lot of people are going to be scared about that sort of stuff. Mm, okay. I won't read too much into what we have here, lore wise, because I kind of talked about it last stream yesterday. So if you haven't seen that, go check it out on the channel. It's on should be on Twitch, on YouTube, mainly YouTube because that's the main platform again that I stream on. All the VODs from debut to now are in here, are on YouTube. So go check it out. I'm not like affiliate or anything, partner or whatever on Twitch yet, because I literally just made the account like I think this maybe last month. So very recent, or start to like activate that and actually stream on there. Maybe like this or last month, I want to say. So very very recent stuff. But yeah, if you guys have any insights into the stuff that we design along the way, or you just want to talk about like TTRPG stuff, feel free to, you know, we can chat a bit about that. Hopefully that will help us to like design our own thing. Alrighty, that's it's a pre-ramble, the prelude. Let's see here. Okay, I'm just gonna read a bit what I have here just so I know where I'm at. Mm. Okay, let's put the music back on. Okay. Hopefully that's loud enough. I hope that's not too disturbing. I'm gonna adjust the volume a little bit. I want it to be enough where like you guys can hear it, but it's not like distracting from what we're doing. All right, I'm just gonna double check that we're all good to go with the stream wise. Okay. Nice. Okay. Let's get this started here. So, let's say, now the power of those five spirits. Spirit across the globe. I guess for those of you that, haven't been caught up, I guess this would be a good time to briefly read over what I have here. Just so you guys have some context as to what this is going to be like. So this is supposed to be an introduction of what, the WBC Realms thing is as a TTRPG, so we can skip that. Basically just saying it's based off of our group's lore. Here, like, generally, like, what kind of characters you're gonna play as, what kind of things you'll encounter, stuff, what you can expect, and then this actually goes into the lore of the world, I guess. So I guess I'll read that verbatim here, and then we can continue off with this. We do have an adventure story here. We chose to do a Solar Sprint Championships, which is a racing tournament that goes on. And so think of like Formula One type deal. It's kind of like that, like as big as those like huge races that we have. Except it's across Sky Cities. It's across floating cities in the sky. Those of us in the Sky Cities, because we're of the realm of Sky, a lot of our theming is more like steampunk. themed, at least for us in the Sky Cities. Those of us on the ground are more like, I would say, a blend of that, but also a blend of like steampunk, a blend of like, you'll see some like fantasy elements just for the sake of this, you know, of this being a tabletop role-playing game. You'll see some fantasy elements, but you also probably see theming wise with the realms, you'll probably see some more like industrial themings, not too hard. That's more like with the realm of fire, that's more like their thing. um but you'll see like some inspirations off that. Yeah, our main theming is like steampunk, and then for fire it's like more industrial. Frost, it's more like spiritually based, I guess. And then for Earth, it's like what we kind of like what we have today, but like think of like, I want to say Victorian, but like, yeah, I do want to say like Victorian kind of theming to it in terms of like aesthetic. Um, Everyone's got their own like little shops that they run, and little lives they're living. You know, it's all very quaint kind of thing. And then with the realm of water people, they're more like living off the land type deal. And then of course we have Astral, which is essentially just like, you know, again coming from the cosmos. So a lot of their stuff is very ethereal, very advanced stuff that we would consider, anyone other than those from the realm of Astral would be, you know, we would consider it like magic, kind of like what the things they do. Like they have a blimp station. I've never been personally, but I have seen it. Like I have seen it in person before. It's so impressive. Basically, what happens is like they have this huge blimp that essentially takes, sorry, this huge like blimp tower, I guess, this tower that they use to transport their blimps, whether it be like for supplies, or transportation or what have you. Basically, think of like, if you ever seen Arcane, think of like how the hex gates work, except it's all like kind of purpley themed, and then it essentially just like there's these glowing particles around the vehicle, and then it kind of looks like it collapses into itself, like it blinks out of existence, and then you see a beam of light getting shot out of the tower, which is really cool. It's amazing to witness from the ground. It makes like a really cool, like low, like warm kind of sound. Really neat. It doesn't disturb any like wildlife or anything, so that's good. But just it's a marvel to look at. It's a big tourist thing as well when they have like a major vessel coming in, or just like, you know, whenever shipments come, people usually like to gather around the tower. Which I did do myself. Took a few photos. Pretty cool. Gosh, I'm talking too much about the world. I need to make the world. Okay, here we go. Let's read this here. So, get some context into how we're going to do this world with WBC Realms. Let me just read a bit about the lore. Some of this is described in our PV video, very briefly, but this just more expands into that. So here we go. A long time ago, there were four forces that made up the world: chaos, form, power, and substance. You know them now as spirits of fire, water, sky, and earth that made our world. But their history. Oh, hold up. Actually, no, that's the same. That's right there. But their history dates back to the creation of the universe and long before time had a name. Over billions of years, these forces came together to create life as we know it, including Earth, until one day two forces that had been lying dormant came into existence. Those being null and void, which is what we know now as frost and astral spirits. Together, they helped expand the universe and bring about cosmic life, holding the many galaxies and solar systems from crashing and imploding on each other. As the years turned into decades, which turned into centuries, the surrounding life on the planets these six forces created thrived. However, being the only force who didn't share the same life-giving abilities as their peers, only being able to either destroy life or hold it together, never creating, the Void Force, which again is what we know now as the the astral spirit, which is why there's this. I guess I'll read on. I'm kind of spoiling, spoiling the plot a little bit here. I was gonna say something, but I'll hold back until after we're done this reading. The Void Force became terribly bitter and resentful of the other forces over time, beyond acknowledging their contributions. So essentially, what I'm saying here, the Void Force is like, think of it like the darkness of space. Like if you look into the universe and the little like bits of nothingness, I guess you could call it, between the planets and stuff, that is the Void Force in work there. They're holding together all the planets and making sure they don't, collide on themselves. They're in charge of like gravitational things and all that stuff, all that fun stuff. But yeah, that's the story behind the Void Force, and then eventually this led to a full-out war with the other forces, in which they were forced to take refuge. So the other forces, being, I guess, what we know now as fire, water, sky, and earth spirits, they had to take refuge on Earth in the form of 5 amulets, consisting of what little energy they had, which, granted, they are like cosmic entities. Think of like, I don't know, I guess think of like, I'm trying to think of an equivalent here. Like, yeah, perhaps like with Council, Hollow Council, Promise now, I guess, and their whole like thing being based off of, I guess it's more like Council, but like being based off of concepts, right? So like they were pretty powerful in themselves. So having that little energy left is actually quite a lot comparatively, because it's like, it's not like they were running on like 0 charge or anything, but they're definitely down a lot. And if they do die out, well, that's a force of nature that is just wiped from existence, which would just lead the rest to spiral and collapse, and then, well, like, I guess the universe just implodes on itself. But that could honestly just be another adventure. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be, ooh. Because I was thinking as I was writing this that maybe there can be an adventure that explores like the beginnings of this, because this sets up the world, and then what we have now is kind of just this little part here is kind of what sets it into modern day. So maybe there is an adventure that takes you, back to the first time. That sounds so that sounds so wrong in a context. Oh no. I mean, it takes you to takes you to the first time. That's insane. It takes you to the beginning of all this. But yeah, so they formed themselves into amulets consisting of what little energy they had left, and then coincidentally, this also infused the planet. I'm gonna write planet like this. The planet with elemental and spiritual powers beyond anything else seen in the entire cosmos. Because of course they're heckin' forces of nature, so they get infused into a planet that's a lot of power. The first humans to witness this learned the ways of these elements and forces, now called spirits, and swore on oath to protect them from the Void Force, now called the Astral Spirit, soon should they return and seek to destroy them or Earth itself. Yeah, or the Earth itself. This group would be known as the spiritual protectors of the 5 realms. See how I know the 5 realms here? It's because technically there's 6 realms, official realms now, because there was a whole like dispute between the people of Astral and people of all the other realms on Earth. I would say now the situation between the tensions between the people of Astral and people here are better now. I mean, we have a whole Sky City dedicated to them, so it's gotta mean something. That they're welcome here now, and we acknowledge that they're not, even though they're sort of descendants or have learned the ways of the Void Force, they're not necessarily inherently bad people. I mean, there's always going to be bad people in any realm. It's just kind of, again, that whole philosophy of nature versus nurture, which we could dive into. There's a potential thing we could go into here. But now the power and teaching of those 5 spirits have spread across the entire globe. Many of its people now being separated into different nations, which we call realms here. based on which elemental teaching you must align with and could control. Yeah, so that basically catches you up on the whole lore of everything. Again, this is more like the basing of all of this, because a lot of the adventures, each adventure is different, set in a different setting and at a different time. It's hard to have that consistency and kind of overall unity of being under one title, you know. So this kind of elemental backing, this lore kind of brings it all together. No matter what kind of adventure you're running, there's always going to be those elemental features to it, no matter the time period. It's just depending on when your adventure takes place, maybe there's more of a focus or less of a focus. If we're doing like modern time, I can't speak. Modern day times, then it's probably less of a focus, just because it's not as important now to focus on those elemental sides, though a lot of people still do. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people that like practice those things, but again, everything's modernizing. It's more about the innovations and technologies now rather than the actual core elements. It's kind of like, you know, in like human history, us in a way, I guess, us discovering fire and being able to harness that rather than live off the land and kind of just, you know, it's like the next stage kind of deal. So, having said, we're gonna write a little bit now about the 6 realms. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Please let me know your thoughts and opinions as well in the comments if you're in the VOD. But here in chat as well if you're live. I would love to get to know what you guys think about this. I think what I'll do once we're done this draft, I'll probably post it to Twitter. Like I'll probably have to export this first, but then I'll post it to Twitter. And then you guys can take a look collectively. And yeah, you guys can see if this is something you'd be interested to play. Because obviously, as you know, as the game creator, I'm very biased. So I want to get your guys' opinion on all this stuff. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Sorry, chat. We're just going into. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at our Spotify thing because it's going through some ads right now, which is why I'm muting the music. But just gave me an ad from the Minecraft movie. Whoa. Have you guys seen the Minecraft movie and the whole like chicken jockey thing? Oh my goodness. I heard that one of my friends went to see the Minecraft movie. Was it? Yeah, it's like earlier today. And because of all that's been happening with the whole like chicken jockey situation, there was a message that they put. They sent me a photo of it, but there was a message that they put on the screen saying like, "Oh, please don't, you know, throw things at the screen or like cause a riot," because us staff had to clean it up and stuff. You know, it's funny how they acknowledge that because it's, gosh, I personally wasn't, you know, in doing that stuff. But my gosh, the amount of havoc. Someone brought in a real chicken. You guys have seen that? Have you guys seen that clip of like the one person bringing in like a live chicken? I'm like, what the heck? How did that happen? My goodness. How do you even? Okay, here's my question. How did they even bring in the live chicken in the first place? Because you've got to see or at least hear like a whole live, you know, live chicken. Like, how do you sneak that into the theaters? I get like snacks and popcorn and whatnot because that happens. Honestly, I'm kind of guilty as charged. I kind of feel like I do that sometimes. I mean, honestly, who hasn't? But again, I'm just like, how? just how? And then how just like, I'm just wondering why, how and why? You know, like why cause this scene? I guess it's a iconic moment, but like, you don't really, I don't know. I don't know if it's just for like for the memes or anything, but I don't know. I personally just don't get it. Like, I just want to enjoy a movie, man. Like, I heard a story where there's this one person who was there that genuinely just wanted to watch the movie, but then because of what happened, I think it was in that famous clip that, of the whole chicken jockey situation, that they had to like actually the staff there actually had to pause the movie and end it 30 minutes before because it was just so chaotic everything. I was just like, oh my gosh, dude, that would suck if it was in his position, because I'm already feeling it like as he's saying all that stuff. Because it was like, man, that sucks. You went to there to watch a movie, didn't even finish it because of all the havoc that happened, and then there's a huge mess afterwards. I don't like, man. I can only imagine what that was like, clean up a staff. That must have been a nightmare to clean. Because they were literally raining popcorn. It was insane. Like mountains of popcorn. It was not even funny. But tangent aside. Theater tangent aside. Get into some writing here. Because I'm gonna... What I'm gonna end up doing is I'm gonna keep speaking like this, and then my throat's gonna get so sore. And then by the end of the stream, I'm gonna sound like an old grandpa. Oh, hello, son. Okay. So we're gonna go into more detail about the 6 realms here. If you've ever played Avatar Legends, they're RPG based in Avatar: The Last Airbender and that sort of universe. They do a similar thing when they introduce the different nations and like bending styles and stuff. So that's kind of what we're going to be doing with this. Just to, again, give some context, because unless you're here on the streams or what have you, you're not going to know what all this stuff is. So I'm just going to write this out. And if you see me looking on the side, that's just me looking at the Avatar Legends booklet that I have here. I have the physical game. It's really nice. The starter pack. I saw this at Walmart, and I was just like, oh my gosh, Avatar, but like a TTRPG. When did that happen? You know, it's funny because I went to I think it was last year or the year before that. I went to Anime North, which I plan to go this year as well. I haven't figured out which days yet, but I'm planning to go this year. Again, just based off availability and stuff. We'll see if are they even still selling tickets? Surely, right? If not, I might have missed my time frame there. But yeah, Anime North is just like a big, like, as it sounds, anime convention here in Canada. Not as big as like Anime Expo, of course, or any other big like con, but it is what we have. It is what it is. Let's just see here. Gosh, I am getting so distracted. Oh, here we go. Blind mission. Are they still selling tickets? I think they are, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Looks like they're still selling tickets. That's good. But I haven't been seeing like the announcements, and whatnot for people. Their Face Connect is gonna be there again. It's gonna be really fun. Oh, nice. And as well, Yusan. You guys know who that is? I don't know how you would pronounce their full name. I guess unnamed. Yusan. Yeah. Yusan's gonna be there as well, which is gonna be very exciting. That was actually really surprised. I was like, oh my goodness. My guess is they're probably gonna do like a concert thing. Again, the scene, the VTuber scene in Anime North has kind of been dying down. I've been hearing from friends that know, you know, other people that went there. VTubers or like people just in general who are in there. Just a lot of like I wouldn't say management problems, but a lot of like scheduling conflicts. So not a lot of people could make it. So I'm hoping there's a fair amount this time. I'm so excited to see Phase Connect there. Again, I don't think they posted the schedule yet, so I don't know what days they're gonna be at. But yeah, I do hope I can see them. Yeah. But yeah, the basically what was getting to that. The point with getting to that is that I think it was in like a year or two ago. I went to Anime North and actually met the people who, or is it one of the lead designers? Yeah, one of the lead designers in Avatar of the Avatar Legends game. It's really sick. They mentioned it. I was just like, oh wait, hello. I did not know about that. You know, before that took me by surprise because like at that point, I was still designing. Like, no, sorry, I was still like, you know, I was still. I literally just bought the game. I was like, oh, let's go. See if I can see his name, find his name here. Yes. Okay, so he was one of the contributing designers. His name is Daniel Kwan. So shout out to him. What's his name? Am I getting the right guy? I feel like I am, right? No other. I think so. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. Oh yeah, he was at a. Here, let me bring this over to this main tab here so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Yeah, this is him in 2024, Anime North. But Avatar Legends, it was really fun. Talking about how I think it was like combat. He was talking about with another panelist. He was talking about uh, how to design combat in games. Really interesting. So hopefully there's more panels like that because I would love to go to something like that again. All right. Give me a second. I'm gonna adjust my setup here real quick. We're gonna lock in. Alrighty. Okay. 6 realms. I don't want to do this here. Okay, I'm just gonna shut up for a sec and then just right, because I feel like if I continue talking, I'm just not gonna stop rambling. So we're just gonna shut up and work for a little bit. Okay. I'm just seeing how Avatar does the Avatar does the realm stuff, or I guess they call it introduction to the Four Nations. Okay. So I'll follow like the same kind of. I don't know if I want to follow the same wording when it comes to this stuff, but probably follow the same style of writing, I guess. Again, not one-to-one, but okay. So, I don't have like a collective word for what the world is called, because yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. The world of WBC realms consists. It consists. I'll say it consists of. Okay, I don't want to say nations. Uh, maybe I'll just start off saying, because I don't have a collective term to use, like Avatar verse or something like that. I can't, I can't use that as a reference. If you guys have any suggestions on what we like, if there's a collective name that you guys come up, want to contribute to, I'm all ears for that. All right. Say there. Wait, actually, what I can do? I can just do this. There we go. Now I can just say in the extension of this. Okay, nice. In of with many of its people now being separated into different nations called realms, based on which element of teaching you most align with control best. Yeah, there are situations where, like, if one of your parents are from one realm and then one of your parents are from another, and let's say they're, just for the sake of argument, they're like highly attuned with the elements, so they can control it like to a really good extent. Perhaps you could, learn both at the same time. You have a little avatar situation, right? Or you can learn multiple of those elements. But that's only if, like, you actively train on it and connect with the more spiritual elemental side of it, like grown up. But if you're who you were raised by, or your parents didn't really teach you that, like the traditional ways and stuff, then it kind of just lost, or is just weakened. Oh wait, I should add a note about astral here. While I was to say, they are, I say descendants, yeah, because they're, is it their people, like this, their people? I think so, right? That's because their people are. Well, I'll also note that each realms. Only known on Earth. Because again, the people of Astral descend from the teachings of the Void Force, which again, if they made it to Earth, would be very devastating. So it's not like they have direct impact, but because of all those years of creating life on other planets and stuff, you know, they've infused their own like teachings, not within those people. So teachings, behaviors, mannerisms. I'm so afraid that you'll run out of patience. Trust me, I know how it feels to be hopelessly waiting. Sometimes I don't know if I can even change, but I'm still trying. So I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's our Sky City here. What do you call it? Nice. Okay. Again, this is a lot of lore stuff that we'll have to write out. This stream I want to get to more of the character creation and kind of get to that, and then maybe translate some of this stuff over. Basically just filling in the gaps where we didn't last time. Probably where we'll end it afterwards. Okay. This is like the little nitty-gritty stuff that you got to get over though first at the beginning, because as much as I want to get into the actual character building and the actual testing of game elements, you know, I want to also take into consideration the I want to take into consideration all of the lore stuff as well, because that's going to be important to set up the story, right? Okay. We're almost about an hour in to the stream, so I guess stop here and do a little hydration check for those of you watching. Those of you watching live or in VOD. Cheers. We're gonna do a little hydration here, because I think we all need it. I need it at least. Here we go. Hydration check. Oh gosh. Oh god. Talk about a hydration check. Oh my god. Oh gosh, if that was a oh gosh, if that was a TTRPG thing, I just rolled a pretty low number. Oh my god. Not nat one, but like a okay, maybe not one in terms of consuming water, because I just choked on a whole gulp of that. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh, that's way too loud. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, chat. Some of these tracks are a bit louder than others, so we gotta adjust it live here. I'm using the non-copyright sounds playlist on Spotify. We might switch to another playlist some other time. I have a few queued up in Spotify, so hopefully we can play those in other streams, but I just want to have some energy with today's streams, you know? Okay, let's see. Each realm's people have their own developed cultures, mannerisms, and what did Avatar say? I say, yeah, I would say in terms of size, like I wonder which realms seem to be the most. I mean, it makes sense for Earth to be the most abundant because, again, if we're basing this off the elements, Earth is the most abundant of them all. So they're probably the biggest, and then for us in the Sky City people, from the realm of Sky, I think it goes from probably. Yeah, it probably goes from Frost, so from least to most abundant, and then we probably have least or smallest population to biggest population. Probably, I'm thinking out of the 6 realms, we have probably Frost at the very end being the least, and then going up to I guess probably Fire. That's kind of odd to think, but I'm thinking like water's and everything, right? Water's very abundant as well, so it's probably second to Earth, like right behind Earth, which means us in the sky, we would probably be I would say we would probably be, this is one thing, and Frost probably, then we're looking at like Frost, let's just break this out. Frost, water, fire, Earth, Sky, Astral. I think Astral's more like an outlier, because again, they're not like on Earth necessarily. These are all like earthly things, right? And then Astral's like the cosmos, so it's kind of hard to judge there. They're probably the biggest because again, it's the whole cosmos, so it's a lot of people. So it'd probably go like in terms of size, like Earth here, water probably a close second, and then Frost being the least. I would think fire would be. I think we're pretty low on the list actually. Fire here probably. I'm just thinking like origins of humanity kind of thing. I think that makes the most sense. So frost is related to water, so I'm just like, are we the least abundant? Because we're the least like densely, the least biggest realm. The least biggest realm, bruh. Smallest realm. I can't English today. My goodness. Then again, when can I English at all? I feel like every time I get on stream, my ability to speak is just destroyed. So, Frost. I like the first standings here. Earth, water makes sense. Water makes sense here. Astral, obviously the biggest because it's the cosmos. Then we have second is Earth. Then water, fire, sky, frost. Frost is pretty abundant. I'd probably say like we're the least abundant then, because we're only. I don't know, because I'm just thinking from this perspective of the Sky Cities. Like I'm not thinking of anything else. If we're looking strictly at like the Sky Cities, then yeah. But if we're including those on the surface as well, and the reason I try to rank these, because I'm probably gonna mention like, oh, this is like the biggest realm. Frost, because again, frost is a deviation from water. Maybe it really is this. As much as I maybe don't want to admit it, that does seem the most correct. Yeah, because you don't really see fire like naturally occurring in nature, unless it's like volcano or deep within the core of the earth. So probably not as much. But sky, like, no, I think that makes sense. Sky, fire, frost, water. Yeah, yeah, this order makes sense. Okay, we'll go with this order here. Okay. So each realm's people have their own developed cultures, manners, and customs. Um, that I'm saying here, I put a note here. Um, like you'll notice that the realm of astral is included in the initial five. That's because, yeah, that's because they're in the initial. I should say in the initial realms. That's because their people are those from the wider cosmos, meaning they hail from different planets, star systems, and galaxies. The only known on Earth realm for the people of Astral can be found in the Sky Cities within the realm of Sky, known as the oh wait, known as the Sky City, known as the Sky City of Astria, which is Astria, the city of the stars. All right, I'm thinking there's like some probably some like on land observatories, like maybe that counts, but then oh wait, this could be an interesting thing. What if they're kind of merged with the people of from the poles, right? Because of the people of Frost. That could be interesting, or at least on Earth. They're like at that level of scarcity. I at that level. That could be interesting here. So they're probably like the least then here. If we're talking about like just on Earth, realm wise, like this is probably the order then. That makes the most sense. The people of Astral, they like, because their native homes aren't this world, right? So they usually come here either because they're seeking refuge here from their home planets, and then they started a family here or something like that. So then that's how like their people spread to this world, um, or it's just like for whatever other reason they come over here as well. Maybe there's again how I was saying there's those little blimps, material blimps that make it their way from the Sky City of Astria to the wider cosmos, right? Maybe through that as well. Um, and again, I'm thinking in the context of the world, like being fused with the planet being fused with such immense, like I guess cosmic power, but also just like immense elemental spiritual power. Like I feel like people of Astria would pick up on that because again, they're more in tune with the cosmos than anyone else and those kind of cosmic energies. So it makes sense for them to like pick up on that first and then perhaps settle down here. Um, I'll add a note here then saying, although there have been it's not as well. Oops. The song goes hard. Rumors. Ancient temples and you know, it could be interesting. Like maybe some people, because again, since I'm saying the people from the realm of astral, maybe because they're more in tune with the cosmic energies, right? Then perhaps that means they're also more, you know, they see the planet, right? And then they see how there's so much energy and whatnot, they're drawn to it, and then perhaps in the beginning there was some, you know, people accept them and what have you, but then perhaps they're pushed out or something like that at one point. Maybe that's why there's those ancient monuments there. I don't know. I'm just trying to give a reason for those being there. But anyway, again, all this stuff will be kind of finalized as we go. But each realm's people have their own cultures, mannerism, customs that set them apart from one another. While there is a history. Okay, what did I want to say here? Oh well, yeah. I probably wanted to say something about the people of. Yeah. Okay. Oh. This music is going hard. So while this history between the other realms and the realm of astral and beliefs, astral and beliefs, so there are. Mm, Yeah, so that just gives players a bit more choice on whether or not they want to follow like a narrative, what kind of narrative they want to follow. All right, let's get some good lore building. Okay, let's go down the list of realms here. Okay, I think we start off with. We just do alphabetical order. I think that makes most sense. Or actually, biggest to smallest. Sure. We go realm of Earth. Also, do we determine? Here we go. Fonts. Yeah, so what we're gonna do with these, we're probably gonna have a brief description of the history of that realm. If it's relevant, mentioning the size, like with Earth, the realm of Earth being the biggest realm and the most abundant in terms of its people, because again, Earth is all around us. So with that, a bit of insight into their culture as well. This is kind of just to give context into the realms and kind of have players understand, okay, this is what how people in this realm behave, how the cultures, the customs, so that when they roleplay as their character, it's more natural, and they just don't go off like other references, you know. Okay, I like where this is going. This is going good. If we can get this done, and then we'll have to revamp this stuff. Important groups, locations. I don't know about this stuff just yet. Well, that's kind of gonna have to develop as we continue going. We'll probably do that either on our, next day, or maybe the day after that, perhaps. But I want to get this character creation finalized, because that's not too. I don't think that's too hard to do. Some things like equipment we might have to look back on afterwards, but some of these other things are kind of already determined off of what we used to have. So, and then character stats as well. On them playing the game, yeah. So there's a lot to go into, but I think it'll be all worth in the end. All right. Use my model there. Every time I drink anything, it blocks like the trackers. So my model just freezes. Watch this. Wait, I wonder if I can use this to like freeze my facial expression. Here we go. My mouth just closes. That's neat. Alright, Realm of Earth. So actually, I probably want to put this in the. Oh wait, we don't have a title font for this. This is just the default. Yeah, we're doing this display here. I think it'd be fun if we can if we color code this. The Realm of Earth. What do we do for frost? Because it's gonna be a lighter blue. More like a brown. Realm of Fire. Sky. Nice. Alrighty. Being the largest. Yeah, I wonder how does, again, I'm gonna have to use the avatar thing for a lot of reference for this because I love the way they word all this stuff. I'm kind of take inspiration off that. Okay, so this is where we got to dive into the lore. Okay, I think what we'll do, we'll keep this for off stream, because I really want to get into the character creation part of this. So that's what we're gonna do right now. So we'll skip that for now. Probably do it off stream, come back to it next day. But I want to go over this character creation and then the stats and stuff. So let me just pull up my. Ooh, whoa! What the heck? Hold up. Got stream scuff. Hold up, YouTube folks. YouTube and Twitch folks. I don't know what's going on there. Hello. Okay. Is everything back to normal? Not really. Stanley zoomed out of my setup there. It screwed up everything. I think that's... Nope, that made it worse. Okay. Okay, give me a sec here, chat. I'm just gonna... Oh, that's made it worse. What? What? Okay, I think that fixed it. Nice. Okay, I don't know what was going on there, but I was trying to pull this out here so I can get to my GM Binder account. And then we're just gonna... which one do we want? This one? Okay, so this is the Journey Through Sky City one that I worked on before. So I kind of want to follow the same kind of character creation stuff. We're probably going to keep what we make now with this as the standard character creation. Once we, you know, again, iterate through it and whatnot. But taking inspiration from Again, I want to make this my own and not like copying off of another system. Just again, so if I ever think about publishing this, I can actually do that instead of, because otherwise it'd be another system. So let's see here. Character stats. Okay, no, let's go through character creation. Roll 1d6 for each card below to create your character. And mark it on your character sheet. And I'll say here, link to character sheet templates. Then later on, if we want to, we can link that. Okay. Certain sections may ask you to roll multiple times. That does happen. Roll another 6. Character names pretty straightforward. Again, these here is just would be notes. So these aren't the official. I'm just gonna color it so I know. These are just notes here. So let's see, name generator. Yeah, let's see if we can come up with some. I'm gonna try this generator here. See, this is using AI. Never mind. Okay, let's just use D&D human names, I guess. Or should we just say you kind of can pick your own? Maybe. I'm curious. I'm gonna grab my D&D handbook real quick. Curious if they have a section on character names. Surely they do, right? Surely they have a section on character names here. Let's see. Character handbook. Background. Character details. I'm gonna pause the music there. Is it character details? 121. I'm using the old handbook, by the way. This is not the new like pretty one. Include sample names for members of that race. Put some thought into your naming if you're just picking one from the list. Okay. So where does it say that? Oh, okay, in the race description. Okay, so our version of race then in this is what is our version of race in this? Can't remember. The realm? Did we say? Ah, here we go. Yeah, realm. Right, because whatever name would probably fit to whatever race you are. Yeah. Let's see. Do they have names? I'm just looking at a random one. Yeah, the traits and stuff. I don't see any name stuff. Mm, I don't know, dwarf names. Okay. Generations. Okay. Again, I probably will have to put some more thought into the naming conventions because it has to stick with their theming. So I'm thinking this is more of a off stream type deal, and then we can come back to it on stream. Okay. But I will note down character names here that. Sorry, I'm just gonna bring the mic a bit closer here. I'm gonna note down here that it's based on the realm of origin and yeah. So fire probably let's just go up the list here. So wave earth. I'm just gonna go based off of this list here. So earth, water, frost, fire, sky, earth, water, frost, fire, fire, sky, astral. So for earth, it's probably based on because with dwarf, I was looking at a section for dwarves, and it's like based on their clan and stuff. So maybe we do probably relate to their elements based on realm of origin element. Like for example, my name's Wilson, so I'm just like, how does that fit in? How does that fit into all of that? Well, my last name is Goldfinch, so it has to do with flight, I guess, because goldfinches are a type of bird, right? And I'm from the Sky City of Leviton, so in Realm of Sky. So maybe for our naming conventions, it has to we had part of name, either part of name either first or last has to do with flying, and or flight, or venting. Just because that's kind of part of the archetype here. Has to do with or maybe not flight. That's kind of the same thing. Flying and or mm, fire would probably relating to Again, since everyone, all the race-wise, if we're talking like species, I guess we're all human. It's just at what level, except for the people of Astral, because they come from the cosmos. So that's a distinction there. Let's see. I don't want to say like based on. Hmm. Well, actually, my buddy Crow, right, is based off of. Mm-hmm. Crow Redwing, which is based off of. His nickname is Crow because he likes to work with gold stuff. And what is gold? Gold is an ore, so like that's kind of stretching it, but kind of like that. Based or related to earthly materials and ores or yeah, I think that makes sense. For water, I'm thinking like it's based on hmm. And frost is probably uh hmm, based on anything symbolism. Yeah, I think that's good naming conventions. Okay, so now we have what did I say here? Okay, I just provided a list here, so we can go Earth. We'll just do the same kind of format as this with water, fire, frost, fire, sky, stroll. And then we need to provide background. I think these are gonna be able to choose from like a table, I guess. Try to think of something that's related to each realm here. So for Earth, it'd probably be I think of a few things here. Maybe for these we do a table instead. That could be interesting. You can roll based off the table. Okay, then maybe we don't say this here. Yeah. We can say roll 1d6 to in behaving. So from your character's way of thinking, behaving, mhm. Okay, so now here we can roll. Oh wait. Oh wait, no. Okay, I'm getting this confused. Okay, elemental control is supposed to be determining what element they control. Okay. Um. This so hard right now. Okay. The elemental control level of experience. Maybe we call it level of experience still. We'll call this elemental ability, and then we'll call this level of control. Maybe. How proficient the character is in. Slash. We'll say slash control here. So it's hard. Okay. Relates to how proficient characters do that manipulate the element or in their area of expertise. Okay. So once to determine how in tune your character is with the associated element of the realm of origin, and another time to determine how skilled they are in determine roll 1d6 twice. Once to determine to what level they are proficient in. To what level their elemental ability. Elemental. What level their elemental? Actually, you know what? I'm actually gonna move this the other way around. Because and then we can have so I'm gonna have this scale here. So here, immediate. Hopefully this makes sense. Chat, let me know if this makes sense to you for levels here. Might have to iterate on that in the future, but we'll keep it at that for now. Okay, so we can get rid of this. So, you know, let's get rid of your personality next. And equipment and talents. We'll do talents first. I feel like we should put talents even... Yeah, I feel like we should put talents right after, because talents relate to... What do we say here? Talents relate to general moves that anyone can learn. Unique your character, blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, it's just another way to kind of spice up your character a little bit. So we'll do... I think the talents will probably be the most intricate one, because I think it's going to depend on a bunch of factors, like maybe what background you have or what realm of origin. You know, you can choose from a list, perhaps. That could be cool. But yeah, that's something we can figure out in the future. Anything else we had on here? I don't think so. I think that was it. Oh wait, we have equipment as well. Okay, I think that should encapsulate everything. I think so. Okay. Okay, let's write in. Background's gonna be a bit harder to determine because we're probably gonna need kind of like what D&D does in their handbook. And then I'll probably have to come up with a list of character names off stream. I'll probably just use a generator for them and see what comes up. If it's appropriate, if it is, we'll put it in. Then I don't think we need this actually. We can say character creation. Okay. Okay, what did I say for personality here? Okay, so we actually have a set list here. So let's relates to whatever realm of origin rolled. You can come up with your own. Okay. Determine. Uh, Feel you don't need or want to. Write down. So we have this list here. How are we gonna? You know what? I might format this as a table. Because who doesn't love tables? Let's see. We'll do one for Realm of Origin, and then we'll do Realm of Origin on this side, and then we'll do character traits on this side. Choose the okay. I don't know if I want to do like an alignment system for this because I feel like it doesn't really fit with what we're going for here. Because the scale that we're gonna have later on that shifts is probably gonna be our alignment, right? It's like a dynamic alignment system. Oh shoot, wait, I'm putting in the wrong ones for wrong people. Hold up. Okay, so fire. You want? Let's color code this. I'll do that after we put in these thing here. I want to keep it the same colors, so we're just gonna copy the. Oh wait, is this gonna change the formatting? Hold up. Oh yeah, this. Oh, the color. Okay. Still legible? Yep. Fire, sky. Nice. Quite like the colors. Very, very pretty. Yeah, so equipment and stuff, that's gonna be a bit difficult to get into. Just because there's so much different nuances to it that I might need to do it off stream. Someone's control. Okay. I think our goal then by the end of this stream is probably to, again, this is more lore stuff, so I'll have to do that off stream because I don't want to bore you guys too much with lore because I've already written a ton about it. So I don't want to bore you guys with more lore. Same thing goes for the adventure story. So we'll probably do more of this and then probably try to wrap up or fill in the gaps here and then we'll call it a day. I don't want to get to bed too late today. And the character stats, we might actually, oh yeah, we can really go over that as well. And then this whole Solar Sprint vehicle creation is probably going to be something we got to work on as well. It's like a whole separate thing. I don't even know what I'm going to do with this yet because it's going to, again, relate back to how you created your character. And then it's sort of like an item per se kind of thing. But like you can only use in the race. And I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if it's like a Mario Kart system where you have like you can kind of just like, it's a randomized kind of thing, or based on your realm of origin, or it's like you can customize it yourself. That could be kind of cool. I see both ways being interesting. Yeah, and then we have to go through combat, how combat works, how to actually progress through the story, how the system works. We have to describe it here. Yeah, I think we should put characters, stats, then all this stuff. It should be after play the game, right? Because it's character creation. Actually, maybe not. For stats, this should probably. Actually. Okay, no, I kind of like the order that we have now. Okay. Backgrounds, area expertise. We have this stuff from before, so I'll try to do that for this. Area of expertise. Should I call this level experience or control? Or maybe there's a better word to call this. Elemental. It's basically rolling to see at what level are you at with your elemental abilities, and then what level you're at with your skills, essentially. So level of experience, level of comfortability, maybe. For the bill. Maybe level of comfortability. Well, I guess it's proficiency, right? Yeah, it's level of proficiency. All right, I think now would be a good time to call for another hydration check. Chat, make sure you guys are hydrated, especially this late at night. For those of you that are in EDT time. Hydration check to y'all. But also we're gonna take a little 5-minute break, and then come back to it because I think this we've been going for a while. How long has it been? It's like Going for almost 2 hours now. So I think we're due for a little break. We'll be back here. Let's see, in like a few minutes. And yeah, we'll continue working on this. My goal when we come back is like to finish up what we've written down here. Maybe not the background because it's a bit complicated. Maybe I'll write the description of what it is. And then same thing for elemental ability. We'll fill that in. And then we'll probably look into all the other categories next time. And then we'll, of course, I'll do the other stuff, all this lore stuff off stream. So you guys don't have to worry about going through, going through that on stream. It's frankly, as interesting as it is to me, honestly, I don't, as a viewer, I don't think it's that interesting to you guys. Just because we're not playing the game yet, so it's kind of hard to visualize like the lore and stuff. As interesting as it is, But yeah, we're gonna take take a few minutes, and we'll be right back, inventors. I'll see you guys after the break. All right, BRB. stream. Hello. Hope you guys enjoyed that little break there. Welcome back. We're designing more of our TTRPG or tabletop role-playing game, WBC Realms. Get the music going again. I can find where that is. Let's see if I can find where the music is. I don't remember. There we go. Get our music up and going again. Nice. Okay. So, for this last little bit of stream, I think what we're gonna do, it's kind of what we said before the break. We're going to basically fill in the rest of this as much as we can, and then I'll do all the lore bits and more of the complicated things between the streams. Just to give a little preview on what we have coming up as well, for those of you that may not be aware of what's happening throughout the day. Let's just go into this. This is our schedule for the week. Actually, you know what I'll do? Let me head to the YouTube schedule so you guys can see something, a bigger post here. There you go. Okay, yeah, so this is our schedule. It's not that clear actually. All right, let's go here then. So yeah, this is our schedule for the week. Essentially, we did our WBC Realms yesterday. Today is more of that. Tomorrow we're doing a game design showcase, which is gonna be fun. We haven't done that in a while. I'm gonna be talking mainly about game design elements, and we're gonna be looking at a game that I've designed myself called Last Stand. So it's a card game that I've designed with RPG and dice elements included into it. So we're going to talk a bit about cards and dice in that little prelude. So if you don't know, again, since we haven't done it in a while, game design showcase tomorrow is going to be basically, again, I'm going to go over what this is on the street on day of, but just for those of you that are here right now, basically it's a stream where I'll be going over and talking about game design, and that whole process is how to create your own game while we design our own, or I showcase a game. Usually what I'll do is I've showcased video games or any other liked medium, like we're going to do tomorrow with a card game that I've designed to kind of demonstrate the points that we learned throughout that session. So first half of the stream is going to be talking about those game design elements and what make up whatever topic we're talking about. I'm gonna pull on a bunch of theories, game design theories and stuff like that. We're gonna learn a bunch about game design, give the whole thing context, and then we're gonna go into a showcase where we learn about the game. We learn to play the game and then reflect as we're playing about all the intricacies and stuff like that. If you want to check out what we've done previously, because this is not the first time we're doing it, if we include, next time, this is the 5th time we're doing it. So if you guys are interested in checking out that series, go check it out. For those of you on Twitch, go check it out on YouTube. But those on YouTube, you can find it in my page. There's a playlist for it called Game Design Showcase, or GDS for short. Go check that out. We're going to be doing that tomorrow. It'll be fun. 8 p.m. still. And then the day after that, we're gonna do some work and chat streaming. Yeah, we're gonna do some work and chat. So at 1 p.m. EDT, 10 a.m. EST or PDT, which I recognize is a bit early, but EDT time is around. It's around when I'm free for this. I wanted to do it earlier in the day, just because typically, that like 9 to 5 schedule, I want to have the last few hours to kind of get some work done with you guys. So that's what we're gonna do then. It's pretty chill. I don't know if I'm gonna share my screen when we're doing the work stuff, unless I'll try to see. Again, I've said I wanted to work on some edits. So I'll see if I can get that up and running. But if not, we're probably just going to do some behind the scenes work on the editing stuff, or we're going to work on probably on more of this game, honestly. Just the lore bits if I don't get to that tomorrow. And then yeah, you can see a lot of designer games, so you can do a lot of that. And then at the end of the week on Saturday, we're going to be doing some Minecraft. Just chilling out before we head into the next week, which we're going to do a Hollow Marathon kind of thing, because of all that's going on in the community right now, the VTuber community with Hololive and what have you, and a bunch of graduations from the English side, like Gura being the big one right now, Mume, and then I believe Shion is also graduating, and I just heard news from Niji that Fulgur is graduating as well. A lot of graduations these coming months, so support all the talent, support all the fans. We're gonna do that next week with Hollow Marathon, so you guys will figure out what that is as we get into that. But be hyped because it's gonna be all Hololive themed. We're gonna do a bunch of stuff, and we're also gonna try to incorporate some of those elements to our TTRPG. So it's gonna be fun. So that does mean though that we do have to like actually build out our campaign and stuff, our whole world and stuff. So I'm hoping by that point we will get into more of the locations and that sort of stuff, the key locations and whatnot. We can add in a few little Easter eggs and stuff. So hopefully that works out. Yeah, that's the gist for the rest of the week. I'm probably gonna be going over this, every point through the week, so then you guys know what's going on, because I'm not really now, more so than before. I'm like kind of streaming whenever I have the time to. I've had the time these next 2 weeks, so we're gonna try to do that. It aligns pretty well. I'm pretty happy. It aligns pretty well with the graduation, so we can help bolster the community. Gotta stay strong, folks. I don't know what I meant by bolster the community, but I mean like, because to me, this is the only way I can actually, give back personally. It's not like I don't necessarily am in the financial situation where I can, donate super chats or whatnot, which is totally fine. I mean, I watch streams when they pop up on my feed now and again, but still, it's I wouldn't say too much on that, because I kind of want to save my thoughts for next week when we actually start the marathon, and then we can kind of look back on that. I am planning though, next week we can do some reaction stuff. I really want to watch Gura's final project. I've been tweeting about some stuff, reposting other people's posts, trying to just avoid, like, I know it's for the final project that she's made, but I don't want to like spoil myself necessarily on the contents of it. So I've been kind of just retweeting whenever I see something related to that, but then not going too into the post, because then I'm like, I'm going to spoil myself. But yeah, let's go. Let's see, where are we here? So area of expertise. This outlines what areas or skills your character has acquired, maybe acquired from years of training. The level to which they are proficient in it depends on your level of proficiency rolled. Then elemental ability. This to actually, do we write down what this means? Based on realm of origin. Okay, yeah. And then based on realm of origin determines what element or elements you can wield. Alternatively, it makes sense for you to pick up certain techniques. Okay, I'm gonna mention that as well. So this is determined by rolled in your realm of origin and is your character the ability What's another word for proficiency? Skillfulness, expertise. Oh, excuse me. It depends on your level of and is what elements your character can wield or has the ability to control. The strength at which they controlled in their capability maybe. Ability depends on what you roll for their what else do we say here? Currently, if it makes sense for a character to pick up certain techniques or movements from other elements, you may take inspiration. Yeah, okay, so if GM allows for it, you may allows for it, and it makes sense within context of your character, may more than one soul ability. Relatively if it makes sense for your character, you may take inspiration from the movements style. So what I mean by like of which you wield your elements, so let's say perhaps your original realm is of fire, but then your background determines that you're like an adventurer or something, so you like move from realm to realm a lot, so you've picked up like certain techniques or ways to wield your element that you're not like controlling the other element per se. Again, this all depends on how connected you are to it, which is why we roll the level of proficiency here. It determines how connected you are to your and another to determine how connected you are. Yeah. Are to their elemental ability, right? So the more connected you are, the more higher level you can do things at. So it's not like you can wield two. Again, this is an option here. If your GM allows it with how you build your character and the story and whatnot, if there's a good reason for you to be able to wield two things, like two elements, then you know So and you should be able to allow for that. If not, then you can take inspiration from like the movements, techniques, and whatnot. Again, based on if it makes sense for your character. So all this is gonna depend on other elements I'm just seeing here, but that's okay. Let's see. Let's make like a table here for this. We're gonna do realm of origin, and then we're gonna do control over or something like that. Six, right? Yeah. Related realm. And then we're gonna do mental. Okay, so we're gonna go again the same order: earth, water, frost. What was it? Earth, water, frost, fire, sky. Control. So earth has wait, is the difference in between okay. So we'll say control over earth and yeah, say control over earth. Control over frost, ice, cold. Fire, probably control over heat and or I guess temperature is better. Probably temperature. Temperature and temperature. I guess it's a heat, right? Over atmosphere, climate. And astral control over cosmic forces. And I don't want to say reality. I think that's too powerful. Over cosmic forces. I don't want to spin this. cosmic forces. What else do they control? You're a cosmic being. Not really, but like if they're not cosmic beings per se, but they're more like people when fused with that. Cosmic forces. That does encompass a lot. So cosmic forces. I was gonna say light, but that's more like fire. Hmm. We'll just call it like magic. Because I don't know if there's any other term for it. Okay. You know what? I don't want to look with that. Okay. I like that level of experience. Hmm. So we got the personality part. Now we just need talents, equipment, and then these little bits here. Let's come up with some this. So outlines what this is determined by what you've rolled. Hold in your determined by what you've rolled in your realm of origin is what element your character can wield. Determined by control over earth and materials. Maybe not materials and I'll say minerals. And nature maybe. Control over earth and nature. Water would be control over. I don't want to say water here. Control over. Uh. Moisture. Liquid maybe. Liquids and moisture. Control over ice and cold. Mm. Cold, heat and temperature, atmosphere and climate, forces, cosmic forces, and magic. Okay, nice. Okay. Every expertise. Okay. This outlines what area or skills your character has acquired from years of training. The level to which they are proficient in it depends on your level of proficiency rolled. To determine your area of expertise, roll 1d6 and track the outcome. Okay. So probably one relating to each realm. So we have something for Earth. Okay. So one for Earth would probably be every expertise. Probably have No, I have to have 1d6 actually. Or oh yeah, I was thinking of maybe making a table, right, instead of a roll. This got to be useful within the context of this adventure as well. Um. Hmm. I say either. I'll say either. Either roll 1d6 from the list below, or choose one from the table. Okay. This is where we can go into more depth here. So probably want area of expertise. Let's see. Because we probably want realm of origin. Um, I want to say if picking from the table must. I don't think it should align with a certain realm. Might be limiting. But I'll say it must make sense for character. Why you have to a reason as to why they nice. Okay, so I guess in this case we can go. So this is thing for Earth. Water probably. Say healing. Healing slash medicine. Or is healing a separate thing from medicine? That's true. Okay, well, Astral's probably. I was gonna say spell casting. Yeah, I was gonna say spell casting, but I wonder if that works or not. What do you guys think, chat? Do you think this works? Someone who is Earth, water, frost, fire, sky. What would you put for us? Probably inventing. For fire, I probably say area of expertise, like a good catch. These ones on the list are supposed to be a good like catch-all kind of thing. So let's see. Yeah, once we have like the basic stuff down, I can try to roll for something, and then we can see how that works out. I gotta fill this in. What do we have? Spellcasting here. Navigation. I would. Earth kind of reminds me of like. Yeah, navigation could make sense for Earth. Like, mm, again, I'm just trying to think what's relevant for this adventure. Inventing is definitely relevant, depending on, regardless of thing. Probably, I'm trying to determine which realm correlates to healing, healing slash medicine, or if it's two things. I'm assuming Frost. I said that they have good healers, so maybe the healing. The sin. Um, it was spellcasting here for spellcast. I think it's like spellcasting doesn't make sense anymore if we're adding the elemental stuff. So, definitely need someone who's good at navigation. I would say it's probably the realm of astral, right? Because they have that cosmic knowledge. It's kind of like a third eye kind of thing. So maybe, or actually, no. I think it makes more sense for navigation with Earth. Oh, combat. Wait, that's another thing. Put that for fire, actually. Probably gonna be some combat encounters. Fire, very hot-headed. Water, probably at. Maybe stealth for astral, because yeah, that makes sense. Okay, what do we have? What do we have here? Stealth, navigation, combat, inventing. Isn't that all we have here? Inventing. Oh, right, we didn't have spellcasting. Are one of them better at elemental control? But then that would conflict with proficiency. That's the only thing. Area expertise. There has to be like a skill, like this navigation or like healing slash medicine, combat, inventing. Stealth isn't really a skill necessarily. So maybe like trickery. No, I think stealth is a good thing. For that. I don't know what to do for water. I'm trying to think. Like I'm pulling off like pulling off like Avatar here. I'm just seeing like healing makes the most sense for water. Oh, you know what we can do for water actually? Communication. Right there. Because I used to have like these character roles, right? And one of them being like the linguist. That could be interesting there. Communication. Is that clear enough though? Communication, like what forms of communication, like verbal speech, written. All right, that doesn't make sense there. I can't put language because there aren't different languages in this. It's just English, so the standard language. I want to do something with like communication. That seems nice, like linguists or like. Just right here. Give me a sec. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Give me a sec, inventors. Just gonna check something real quick. I'm just checking the D&D website here for anything we could put in here as like an area of expertise type deal. Hmm. Insight, investigation. Maybe it's like perception. I feel like perception's more like a. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I sort of do like the two be separate things. Like medicine maybe is like your ability to. Mm, nah. See, I want to put communication, but that's kind of vague. Uni. I want to put a communication. But. Hmm. Chat, do you guys have any suggestions on what I can put there? Because it's kind of. Oh, it's kind of. Ooh, I don't know. Okay, we'll get back to that for now, and then make a table here for that stuff. Determine area of expertise. Either role from the table must make sense for a character. Okay, so how's the table gonna work? So we're probably gonna have title for area of expertise, and then we're gonna look at like maybe we do like a related realm, and then yeah, maybe we have like a related realm there, and then we have the thing, and then description maybe. Yeah, we could have like this. First thing, the first row is merged. Then we have this thing, area, or additional area of expertise. table. Of origin. Just say related. Related realm of origin. Ortiz. Description. Yeah, like that. Have a little table going there. Yeah, you know what? I'll just put in communication for now. Commune. And let's look up some D&D backgrounds to get an idea of what to put down for ours. For yourself, a temple, a split town, a grove, priest of religion, accolade. Let's actually filter by so 4 rules. So these are the core ones. Accolade for yourself, service in temple, with titles. Okay. Artisan. Dang, okay. And these. This is why I have the actual physical handbook. Let's see. Yeah, this is why we have the physical handbook here, so we can actually see what backgrounds. 125 on the handbook. Okay, so we have accolade. Spend your life in service of a temple for a specific god or pantheon of gods. Okay, yeah, we're probably gonna have some like spiritual descendant kind of background. I think that'd be kind of interesting. I'm gonna write the following in some blue notes so we know that it's not official. So I don't want to borrow the same terms, so maybe we'll do shaman. Is a shaman like a spiritual like person thing? Having us the world with good and evil spirits, especially among some people. Trace the. Wait, hold on. I just said D&D. Shaman. What? Oh, really? Well, you know, Hmm. Okay, just some ideas that we can put down here. They're like essentially the equivalents. We have Clarendon. You've always had a way with people. You know what makes them tick. You have a sense of the heart's desires. After humans, leading for questions. You know what people want. Okay. Criminal. We could do criminal as well. Or we can call it, instead of criminal, we can call it like I was gonna say, like, is there a thief background? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna write down here though what the background means. So background refers to their upbringing. Provides useful information as to gonna add the line that like I have in the handbook as well. The most important question ask. Them to okay, so what do we say the equivalent of a D&D class is again in this? I think it's our background, right? We determined, yeah. We have a realm of origin, which counts as our like race, quote unquote, and then we have our background, which determines kind of like the quote unquote class, I guess. Actually, no, the area of expertise is kind of like class. It's like navigator, community, healing, combat. Very interesting. Okay. I think this is going really well though. We're getting a ton of work done today. It's really nice. Okay, so I think what we can do then perhaps is, because this is something that you choose, right? And not so much a random thing that you roll. So let's see, what caused them to stray from whatever path they were on before and pursue the one now in this venture. How did They learn. What lessons did they learn, or what encounters did they face that set them apart from others? There's same background. So do so. Pick one from the how impact Okay, so now we have some stuff here. Okay, so D&D has a table of like ideals, bonds, personality traits. We have the personality parts. Maybe if we want to flesh it out, we can have something like ideals and bonds in a table format. It'd be interesting. Let's see what else they have here. They're entertainer, folk, hero. You're already. Okay, what? Let's add what would make sense first for what I have in mind for this world. So something spiritual. So like a shaman. Something that connects. Yeah, I'd say something that connects. I think entertainer makes sense as well. Have that as a background. We could probably have. Criminal as well. This is where I had to like pull on some lore here. I think hermit would fit well, or like, is there another word for hermit? I think hermit fits. think Sailor makes sense as well, even though there's a bunch of water between the realms. Soldier makes sense. Again, I'm just kind of probably gonna make our own names for some of these. But for now, we're just gonna note this down and take inspiration. Oh, Clarendon. Is it Clarendon? Clarendon? Clarendon. Yeah, so our version of Accolade is Shaman here, so yeah, let's see background. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 backgrounds. It's pretty good for backgrounds, I'd say, but maybe we add a few more that are unique to this world. So Shaman for 1 for sure. Entertainer makes sense, criminal makes sense, hermit makes sense. Probably for you, I would try and pick that. Oh, maybe adventure, not adventurer. Adventurer, someone who travels a lot. Like someone like Bishop, you know, Bishop is always going from realm to realm, collecting whatever he needs for his patients, and also just going to his patients, checking up on them. So maybe. See, coming up with like a name for the backgrounds is difficult. Okay, I'll put like a to be continued there. This is to be continued background. I think we got something pretty good for this here. And I'll describe what talents are. So how much are we allowing the players to choose? Because I would saying that's a unique way. It's like a unique skill that they have that they can do. There's general ones, and then there's specific ones that they can do. So there are moves that are unique to a character and that you have mastery over, which means you can't fail on them. Other players can try to mimic or learn your move, but to a lesser extent. Makes sense. Talents consist of general moves that anyone can try and replicate, and or realm-specific ones. Okay. So, like for example, if you're doing I don't know, fire blast, or like you're trying to fireball, trying to cast fireball, or like, you know, if you're in the realm of fire, or if you're in the realm of astral, maybe I don't know, like conjuring a smoke screen or something, like a mystical smoke screen that also doubles as like a as like oh my gosh, doubles as like a memory wiping field. I don't know, something like that. So a little disclaimer at the start here, saying that because the thing with like, I don't want to have players think that these are all that they can do. They're just like additions to the things that they come up with. Um, I'm wondering if they exhaust though, like spell slots or something. Maybe per they can only do it once per. Why did that just happen? Okay, hold up, inventors. This happened yesterday too. I don't know what's going on. My my app's not working well. Having little glitches. Alrighty, let's see. There we go. I'm back. Hey, nice. I don't know why it did that, or it keeps doing that. It's really odd. Okay, so oh yeah, that's time here. Let me just pause the music real quick so I can think here. Um, so talents are considered extra things that your character can do. They have like guaranteed mastery over. Whereas when you're describing something that you want to do, for the most part, you know, the GM's gonna be like, oh yeah, you can do that. Um, because you're not rolling for any like perception or like perception checks or like any checks or anything like that. So for the most part, you're able to do what you want to do. Um, unless there's moments of doubt of what you can do, then that's when you start to roll dice. Hmm. Okay. While I try to figure out that wording, let's just work on this equipment part. So table below in let's count this as equipment and items here. Hmm. Say that equipment. Uh, maybe we'll say choose actually. chosen. The last step is to gather starting equipment and items. Mm, keeping in mind that items must be that item you choose must say that the starting item you choose must be related to your origin. Um, anything on the list. Later on, if you new items be of other um can be of other descent. Or let's insert a table here. We're gonna have equipment and then realm. Have equipment name, description, and then do we have to? I'm wondering if you have to pay for the equipment because you do. Oh, I forgot to mention that you have starting gold. Yeah. I forgot. Oh my gosh, I forgot to say that you have starting gold here. Maybe I'll say it in the equipment section then. So choose one from each of the tables below, given blah blah blah. Each player will start with how much did we determine here? 5,000 gold. That sounds about right. Currency. The reason I say points of currency here instead of gold or whatnot is depending on what realm you come from, the way you call your currency is gonna be different. So with those from the realm of I don't know, those from the realm of frost, they don't necessarily have currency. Um, they probably the only kind of currency they do trade is probably like shillings or like gold, maybe like copper or something less than gold, silver coins. Um, I'm thinking Earth has like gold is like gold, silver, copper, all that stuff. Typical D&D kind of typical like TTRPG currency. Those of Astral have credits because they're from the wider galaxies and whatnot. And then us here in the realm of Sky, we have I don't know what we would call it. We have more. Hmm. Also have to keep in mind the size of the everything, or do I just call everything gold just to get? Yeah, I might as well just call everything gold. Just to keep it uniform. Each player will start with 5,000 gold. Um, Character will start with 5,000 gold. It relates to your character. So I'm thinking in this box we have cost here, probably something to do with like description. I'm just gonna change this up here. I like the boldness of that as a title. It's nice. Okay. Mm, Probably want another. This is for the equipment, so maybe this is for the equipment. Then we'll do another one for the items. We'll add as well. Okay, nice. Okay, so we'll have that going there for all that stuff that we can fill in later, and then talents. Okay, how would we describe talents here? Hmm. I'm gonna turn back on the music. Narrative. Narrative forward system that is mm, narrative focused and role playing system that a driven system that is WBC Realms. Uh, don't have a set amount of actions or moves you can do during do at any rather based on interpretation. Rather, it's based on interpretation from character that moment, if they can do certain actions or not. Because this talent then acts as the players and unique unique skills or unique, what did I say here? Unique moves only your character three over, meaning they not fail going through with the action due to extensive knowledge of how it works. What else do we say here? Players can also try to mimic them, and then everyone was okay. A list of general and realm specific attach to your character up to choose one from the general specific you feel suits your character. Talents. I should say realm specific. Realm specific talents. I don't know how I'm gonna add these tables into here. I might just keep it as this document, and then maybe I guess the most I can do is make it into a list. It's the only thing. I don't know how I would make it into a whole table. I don't think GM Binder does GM Binder have that feature? I don't know if it does. All right, let's see. So I wanted to mention here that other players can try to mimic or learn the move. So yeah, let's add this table first. Maybe I'll just keep it with this document. That could be easier. Or I can try to translate it. That works too. But no need to if this works out. Let's see, building blocks. No, I don't need that. Okay. General talents. So probably we'll have a section for general, and then general description. Yeah, we'll do like this just to be safe. Do talent typing. Description. We'll do how to use as well. Yep. Okay, so talents act as extra flares and unique. Talents then act as flares and unique moves only your character has mastery over, meaning they not fail going through with the action to their sensitive knowledge of how it works. So think of it like a bonus action, except you can kind of access it at all times. It doesn't really act as a bonus action in sense because you don't have a set list of stuff you can do, so you can't really do like a bonus action per se, right? But you can extra flair kind of thing that makes your character stand out from the rest. So let's see. Other players can mimic or learn. Who's only the same. Okay. So say despite this, other player characters may choose to during play other player characters may choose to mimic or learn talents to hold ways to a lesser extent if they trying to learn or mimic. They're trying to learn or mimic a realm specific move or realm specific talent, then they must be of the same realm origin that talent, otherwise choose one from the general. So below is a list of general realm specific talents. You choose the character, choose one from blah blah. Big talents must respond to realm to say your characters realm of origin. Okay, nice. So we got the talent part of it. Perfect, nice. Okay, so I think this is where we'll end the stream today. We got a ton of work done. I mean, got all the way up to character stats here, essentially. Let's see. Take a look at what we have so far. So we've expanded a bit on the lore here. We have expanded a bit on the lore, talking about the 6 realms. I'm gonna fill this in after the stream, sometime off stream, either between. Pause the music for a second. Between the few days, and then we're gonna look at the actual adventure and key locations, which I'll have to come up with myself, or take inspiration off other things. See how that goes. And then character creation, we've gotten to. We haven't really talked about creating character name yet. Yeah, I'll put that in off stream then as well. There should be a table that gives you some lists that you can roll from or take as inspiration or make your own. So there's that for character name. We have basically everything in the character creation sheet. We have realm of origin here that we can roll for. We can have a little background roller here, the background that we can pick from. Area of expertise that we can either roll from or choose here. And then elemental ability that we roll for this? No, that we choose for this. It has no, this is based off your realm of origin. So if I rolled water, then I would have this elemental ability. And then we roll for how proficient we are with our area of expertise, as well as an elemental ability. And then we have personality traits. You can choose to skip this if you want, but it's just another layer of customization. You can always write in this stuff later as well, because personalities do change over time. So down, we to keep blank. I'm gonna write that down actually. Please. And then we have talents here, which are just extra flares again, usually related to. Actually, I actually didn't write this down, but they're usually related to like your skill or elemental ability. So let's write this down. New only character mastery. Usually is connected with your elemental ability or expertise. Maybe not connected with, but maybe it's based on, I guess, your elemental. It still sounds like you're whatever you roll you choose for this. Actually, your elemental ability or area of expertise. Despite this, during play, other player characters may choose to mimic or learn your talents. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so basically counts as like an extra flair that your character can do. Um, basically keeps you standing out. So for let's say your background was an entertainer, right, and your like iconic move was like a fire whip or something like that, right? So this would go under that would go under your talents, right? That's something that you could do because you've trained that, you have mastery over that. No other person can do that sort of stuff, right? But then this is because it's at the bottom. At this point, you would have rolled your proficiency, your elemental ability, and all that. So you can kind of make do with like, okay, I've rolled my background, I've chosen my background, my area of expertise, rolled for abilities within both of those, and or rolled for elemental ability. So, or seeing what elemental ability I control, and then see how proficient I am in that and my area of expertise. So then, kind of linking that also with the talents, and then being like, okay, well, within that scope, like, what can I actually do here? Like, what talents are are appropriate to put onto my character, like within scope, like what they can do. Because if it's something unrelated, it's like the GM might not feel that that's possible. Because like, where did you learn that, right? And then we have our equipment and items here. So we looked at you have a starting gold of 5,000 here, but you do have to use that some of that to buy your equipment and obtain your items. So that could be interesting there and here. I'm probably gonna have an extensive list as well. All of these tables are probably gonna have a pretty extensive list, just so you have a lot of options to choose from. Which I like where this is going. And then this is all lore stuff. So other than that, we also have to work on our character stats here. So basically, if I bring back the GM binder screen here, so it's basically just explaining like what actions you can do and like talking about this shifting scale kind of thing, and then this force speed reckon with moment, and how that triggers effects and conditions that you can take on during the game, and then anything else I guess that comes up as we're designing that. We go into character stats, and then we have our actual solar sprint vehicle creation, which is a huge part of the whole adventure. It's unique to this adventure, so that would be another thing to kind of look at, and then describing how the game works. And then if we want as well, just give more lore. If you want more lore details, we can just put it down in the notes here. But I honestly don't think we need too much lore details unless it's useful. I might include more lore details on the different realms. I think that would be interesting. More in-depth details on the realms for anyone that wants to take a look at that. But yeah, Inventors, I think that is everything for today. Let's head to the chatting screen, and we're gonna wrap up for today. So yeah, welcome, Inventors. I think that was everything for today. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. But before we go, we have to do our VTuber shoutouts as per usual. Again, if you guys don't know what that is, it's a little segment I do to give back to the community. Where it's kind of what it sounds like. I shout out a VTuber, big or small, in the community, and we go support and follow them. You know, whether they be indie, whether they be corporate, or they be part of a group, whatever it is, we're gonna go support them. And today, that special someone is gonna be Nimmy Nightmare. Um, let's here. I'm trying to get the links here. Is Nimmy Nightmare. So let's give her all the support. Chat. I'm gonna post this into our little box here. I would put I would put some for YouTube. I would put their Twitch or like redirect here if they were live, but it is it's like almost, oh my gosh, dude, it's almost 12 where we are right now. Twitch folks, I'm gonna send that YouTube link to you guys as well as Nimmy's Twitter as well. Go support her. I'm pretty sure she just posted an announcement actually, or it looks like a teaser announcement for her full model. I don't know when that's coming out, but that's insane. It's so cool. I reposted it myself. I don't know what it's gonna be though. It looks like a full model debut, which is gonna be exciting. That's gonna be so fun. So can't wait to see when that happens. We might do a reaction actually when that happens. But yeah, go support Nimmy. If you guys don't know who Nimmy is, she is a tapier. Is that her official thing? A tapier nurse kind of thing. Who gathers nightmares to help heal her patients essentially. Um, but yeah, that's Nimmy. She does a bunch of variety gaming and stuff. I'm sure you'll, if you've been in the VTuber community these past few years, or you follow a certain other certain green lady, other certain green lady from a certain other company that I will not name, but or will not directly say, but if you follow that certain company, then you will know what's up with Nimmy here. But if not, I won't spoil anything. And also just out of respect for the streamer, you know. Um, but yeah, that was the stream today. Thank you, inventors, for coming along. Let's take one final look at what we have for the week, and then we'll call it a stream. Right. Don't mean to do this to you guys again, but let's head back to take a look. Alrighty, we're going on this view this time. Hello. So yeah, this is our account here. That's what we're gonna be doing for the week. So today was more game design stuff. This 21st. So we have more designing of our TTRPG. That was really fun. Got a lot done, so I'm pretty happy about that. And then tomorrow we're doing game design showcase. So again, if you don't know what that is, it's a little series I'm doing here on YouTube. Twitch folks, feel free to join us on YouTube, or also take a look at all the previous game design showcases that we've done. We've done 4 so far. This one's going to be our 5th. So we basically talk about, I basically lecture on like a certain game design concept or some topic, and then we design a game together to kind of demonstrate those points, or we showcase a game, or we do both. In the earlier days we've done both, but now I'm kind of doing like either or because it makes the stream a bit too long in my opinion if we do both. So it's kind of either or. We either showcase a game, usually a video game, or we sometimes do any other related mediums. Like tomorrow we're going to be doing a showcase of a card game that I made to talk about card gaming and RPG elements because it relates to what we're doing this week. So yeah, we're going to be doing that. And a little disclaimer though, I am not like a professional or anything in this field. I'm just sharing my knowledge with what I know about game design. So just take what I say with a little grain of salt. But hopefully we'll have a good time with that, and hopefully you'll learn some stuff. Previous game design showcase slides are posted. So if you go to my, you won't see it on my Twitter, but if you go to my YouTube, again, Twitch folks, head over there. Or actually, I think it might be in my bio for those of you on Twitch. it will be, yeah, it'll probably be in my bio, so you can check that out. I'll have a whole like whole Google Drives folder. I have completed the slides for tomorrow. I just don't want to post it yet because I don't want to like have people looking at that early on. Um, Probably will upload it to the shared folder once stream starts. Probably a good thing because then you guys can follow along if you want. But yeah, just a heads up of what we're going to be learning though tomorrow. We're going to talk about card gaming and design with platform studies, talking about platform studies and looking at how tabletop simulator plays into things. We're going to look at the history of dice. We're going to look at RPG elements in card games as well and how that plays a role in everything. And then we're going to, of course, do our game showcase. That's going to be fun. I hope that's going to be something you guys are interested in. It's going to be at 8 p.m. EDT time. And then, as I said, the day after, we're doing a work and chat stream. I'm just going to try to catch up on some edits I got to do for the channel and perhaps catch up any work for our TTRPG that we got to do. And then, of course, we're doing more TTRPG designing. There's a lot of that, this week. But hopefully, you guys will enjoy that. I really want to get this done because if you've been following the activities of this and what everything has been coming to, then it's been a long time in the making. Like, see, like this used to have. If you just look at this, our first draft used to look something like this, right? I wanted to make it a board game, but then I was like, you know what? It's too complicated here. I like whole defense and armor value scores and stuff. I'm like, I don't want to make it too complex, both on myself to track, but then also on other players to track as well. So then we moved to like what we kind of have now with this, to make it a more TTRPG format. Because originally our challenge, our design challenge was to make a game with yeah, I think there's no wait, was this my debut? No. This was not my debut game like challenge, was it? Oh, that's actually kind of sad. Oh, if it was, because I remember rolling for like a random. Where is it? I was rolling for like this here. For a random do there. Okay, it's not this exactly. It's their Okay, well they have a random game designer kind of role that you can get, um, to help you with ideas for games and stuff. And so I kept rolling for these sort of things. I think that was my like debut game though. It's kind of sad to think, oh my goodness, I've been working on this since debut and I still haven't finished it. That's crazy. I'm almost coming up to a year now, but at least we have a direction of where we want to go with this. So I'm glad that we're doing that. But yeah, we're gonna be doing that, and then we're gonna take a little break here and do some Minecraft, chill out. I haven't played in the Minecraft world in a while, so it'll be nice to kind of chill and chat. It'll be a very chill day for this week. And again, as a reminder, next week we have a Hollow Marathon gonna be happening. We're gonna be celebrating Hollow Live because a lot of graduations are happening. I want to keep, have a focus on Hollow Live, try to give back to the community, um, celebrate all the livers and what have you, all the talents before the graduations. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be up to. If you aren't following my social media, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, what have you, feel free to. No pressure, of course, to follow or whatnot, but I do greatly appreciate it if you do. And I will welcome you to the fellow inventors and to Sky City. So, with that being said, fellow inventors, I think that will do it for me today. Let's head over to the other screen. All right, thank you again, fellow inventors. It's been an amazing stream, and I will see you guys tomorrow and for some game design showcase. I can't wait to show you what I've been prepping for that. So All right, I'm so exhausted. It's like 2 minutes till 12 a.m. in the morning. So I didn't think this stream was gonna go on for that long, but apparently it did. So that's great. Yay, we love that. But anyway, thank you so much. I've been Wilson Goldfinch, your steampunk inventor from the Sky City of Leviton. Signing off. I'll see you guys next stream tomorrow at 8 p.m. EDT. Bye bye.